Love took my hand, and smiling did reply, Who made the eyes but I? Truth, Lord, but I have marred them, let my shame go where it doth deserve. And know you not, says Love, who bore the blame? My dear, then I will serve. You must sit down, says Love, and taste my meat. So I did sit and eat. George Herbert 475. A royal guest. Yet if his majesty our sovereign lord should of his own accord friendly himself invite, and say, I'll be your guest tomorrow night, how should we stir ourselves, call and command all hands to work? Let no man idle stand. Set me fine Spanish tables in the hall, see they be fitted all, let there be room to eat, and order taken that there want no meat. See every sconce and candlestick made bright, that without tapers they may give a light. Look to the presents, are the carpets spread, the daisy 207 o'er the head, the cushions in the chairs, and all the candles lighted on the stairs. Perfume the chambers, and in any case let each man give attendance in his place. Thus, if the king were coming, would we do, and tea were good reason too, for 'tis a duteous thing to show all honor to an earthly king, and after all our travail and our cost, so he be pleased, to think no labor lost. But at the coming of the King of Heaven all set at 6 and 7, we wallow in our sin, Christ cannot find a chamber in the inn. We entertain him always like a stranger, and, as at first, still lodge him in a manger. 476. Eve, with her basket, was deep in the bells and grass, wading in bells and grass up to her knees, picking a dish of sweet berries and plums to eat, down in the bells and grass under the trees. Mute as a mouse in a corner the cobra lay, curled round a bough of the cinnamon tall. Now to get even and humble proud heaven, and now was the moment or never at all. Eva. Each syllable light as a flower fell, Eva, he whispered the wondering maid, soft as a bubble sung out of a linnet's lung, soft and most silverly. Eva, he said. Picture that orchard sprite, Eve, with her body white, supple and smooth to her slim fingertips, wondering, listening, listening, wondering, Eve with a berry halfway to her lips. Oh, had our simple Eve seen through the make-believe! Had she but known the pretender he was! Out of the boughs he came, whispering still her name, tumbling in 20 rings into the grass. Here was the strangest pair in the world anywhere, Eve in the bells and grass kneeling, and he telling his story low. Singing birds saw them go down the dark path to the blasphemous tree. Oh, what a clatter when Titmouse and Jenny Wren saw him successful and taking his leave. How the birds rated him, how they all hated him. How they all pitied poor motherless Eve. Picture her crying, outside in the lane, Eve, with no dish of sweet berries and plums to eat, haunting the gate of the orchard in vain. Picture the lewd delight under the hill tonight. Eva, the toast goes round, Eva, again. Ralph Hodgson 477. Eve, while I sit at the door, sick to gaze within, mine eye weepeth sore for sorrow and sin, as a tree my sin stands to darken all lands, death is the fruit it bore. How have Eden bowers grown without Adam to bend them? How have Eden flowers blown, squandering their sweet breath, without me to tend them? The tree of life was ours, tree 12-fold fruited, most lofty tree that flowers, most deeply rooted, I chose the tree of death. Hadst thou but said me nay, Adam, my brother, I might have pined away, but none other, God might have let thee stay safe in our garden by putting me away beyond all pardon. I, Eve, sad mother of all who must live, I, not another, plucked bitterest fruit to give my friend, husband, lover. O wanton eyes run over, who but I should grieve, Cain hath slain his brother, of all who must die mother, miserable Eve. Thus she sat weeping, thus Eve our mother, where one lay sleeping slain by his brother. Greatest and least each piteous beast to hear her voice forgot his joys and set aside his feast. The mouse paused in his walk and dropped his wheaten stalk, grave cattle wagged their heads in rumination, the eagle gave a cry from his cloud station, larks on thyme beds forbore to mount or sing, bees drooped upon the wing, the raven perched on high forgot his ration, the conies in their rock, a feeble nation, quake sympathetical, the mockingbird left off to mock, huge camels knelt as if in deprecation, the kind heart's tears were falling, chattered the wistful stork, dove voices with a dying fall cooed desolation answering grief by grief. Only the serpent in the dust, wriggling and crawling, grinned an evil grin and thrust his tongue out with its fork. Christina Rossetti 478 Adam lay I bonden in a bond, thou thousand winter thought he not too long, and al was for an appeal that he talk, as clerks fyndyn written in here book. An he had the appeal take ben, the appeal taken ben, an he had never Our Lady a ben heaven e quen. Blessed be the time that appeal take was. Therefore we moan syngyn Deo gratias. 479 The 7 virgins all under the leaves and the leaves of life I met with virgins 7, and one of them was Mary mild, our Lord's mother of heaven. Oh, what are you seeking, you 7 fair maids all under the leaves of life? Come tell, what seek you all under the leaves of life? We're seeking for no leaves, Thomas, but for a friend of thine, we're seeking for sweet Jesus Christ, to be our guide and thine. Go down, to yonder town, and sit in the gallery, and there you'll see sweet Jesus Christ nailed to a big yew tree. So down they went to yonder town as fast as foot could fall, and many a grievous bitter tear from the virgin's eyes did fall. O peace, mother, O peace, mother, your weeping doth me grieve, I must suffer this, he said, for Adam and for Eve. O mother, take you John Evangelist all for to be your son, and he will comfort you sometimes, mother, as I have done. O come, thou John Evangelist, thou art welcome unto me, but more welcome my own dear son, whom I nursed on my knee. Then he laid his head on his right shoulder, seeing death it struck him nigh. The Holy Ghost be with your soul, I die, mother dear, I die. 480 Lully, Lully, the falcon hath borne my make 208 away. He bare hym up, he bare hym down, he bare hym into an orchard brown. In that orchard there was an alley that was hanged with purple and pall. And in that hall there was a bead 209 it was hanged with gold so read. And that bead there lithe a knyght, his woundies bloodying day and nyght. By that bead side knelleth a may, and she weepeth both nyght and day. And by that bed a side there standeth a ston, Corpus Christi written thereon. 481 Bomb. There grew a goodly tree him fair beside, loaden with fruit and apples rosy red, as they in pure vermilion had been dyed, whereof great virtues over all were read 210 for happy life to all, which thereon fed, and life eke everlasting did befall. Great God it planted in that blessed stead with his almighty hand, and did it call the tree of life, the crime of our first fathers' fall. In all the world like was not to be found, save in that soil, where all good things did grow, and freely sprung out of the fruitful ground, as incorrupted nature did them sow, till that dread dragon all did overthrow. Another like fair tree eke grew thereby, whereof whoso did eat, eftsoons did know both good and ill. O mournful memory, that tree through one man's fault hath done us all to dy. From that first tree forth flowed, as from a well, a trickling stream of balm, most sovereign and dainty dear, which on the ground still fell, and overflowed all the fertile plain, and it had dawed bany with timely rain, life and long health that gratious ointment gave, and deadly wounds could heal, and rear again the sensile esse course appointed for the grave. Into that same he fell, which did from death him save. Edmund Spenser 482. My master hath a garden, my master hath a garden, full filled with divers flowers, where thou mayest gather posies gay, all times and hours. Here naught is heard but paradise bird, harp, dulcimer, and lute, with cymbal, and timbrel, and the gentle sounding flute. O Jesus, Lord, my heal and weal, my bliss complete, make thou my heart thy garden plot, true, fair and neat, that I may hear this music clear, harp, dulcimer, and lute, with cymbal, and timbrel, and the gentle sounding flute. 483. This is the key of the kingdom. In that kingdom is a city, in that city is a town, in that town there is a street, in that street there winds a lane, in that lane there is a yard, in that yard there is a house, in that house there waits a room, in that room an empty bed, and on that bed a basket of sweet flowers, of flowers, of flowers, a basket of sweet flowers. Flowers in a basket, basket on the bed, bed in the chamber, chamber in the house, house in the weedy yard, yard in the winding lane, lane in the broad street, street in the high town, town in the city, city in the kingdom. This is the key of the kingdom, of the kingdom this is the key. About and roundabout. About and roundabout in Mr. Nahum's The Other World, as I have said on page XXX, there were many passages written about and roundabout the poems contained in it. Some of these I copied out, with others that I have added since, they appear in the following pages. If the reader prefer poems and poems only in such a collection as this, would he of his kindness and courtesy ignore everything else? Otherwise, will he please forgive any blunders he may discover? 1. This is the key. This jingle, like NOS 15, 16, and others, is one of hundreds of nursery and dandling rhymes which I found in Mr. Nahum's book. Compared with more formal poems they are like Wildflowers, Pimpernel, Eyebright, Time, Woodruff, and others even tinier, even quieter, but having their own private and complete little beauty if looked at closely. Who made them, how old they are, nobody knows. But when Noah's Ark stranded on the slopes of Mount Ararat, maybe a blossoming weed or two was nodding at the open third-story window out of which over the waters of the flood the dove had followed the raven, and there, rejoicing in the sunshine and the green, sat Japhethah's wife dandling little Magog on her lap, and crooning him some such lullaby. 3. On the one side is printed the old Scots, and on the other the best I can do to put it into the English of our own time. According to the dictionary, the thistlecock that cries shame on the sleepers still drowsing in their beds is the cornbunting, a cousin of the yellowhammer. He has a small harsh monotonous voice as if for the very purpose. Whereas the nightingale might seem to cry, nay, nay, it is in dreams you wander. Happy ones! Sleep on, sleep on. 4. I passed by his garden. Whatever fate befell the slug-guard, I should like to have taken a walk in his garden, among those branching thistles, green thorns, and briars. Maybe he sailed off at last to the Isle of Nightmare, or to the land where it is always afternoon, or was wrecked in Yawning Gap. He must, at any rate, have had an even heavier head than Dr. Watts supposed if he never so much as lifted it from his pillow to brood a while on that still, verdurous scene. And the birds. Indeed, to lie, between sleep and wake, when daybreak is brightening of an April or a May morning, and so listen to the far-away singing of a thrush or to the whistling of a robin or a wren is to seem to be transported back into the Garden of Eden. Dreamers, too, may call themselves travelers. Mr. Nahum's picture to this rhyme was of a man in rags looking into a small round mirror or looking glass, but at what you couldn't see. 6. The merchant bows, line 7, as do the happy to the new moon, for luck, for his merchandise is being wafted over the sea under the guidance of the seamans, or ship, or load, or pole star. It shines in the constellation of the Little Bear, and is the chief mark whereby mariners govern their course in sailings by it. To find the mark, look towards the north some cloudless night for the constellation of 7 stars called the Plough or the Dipper or Charles's Wain, or Wagon, which inclineth his ravishing courses abouten the sovereign height of the world a day and night throughout the year. Its hinder stars, Dubhe and Merak, are named the pointers, because if you follow the line of them with the eye into the empty skies, the next brightish star it will alight on is the seaman's star. Close beside the second of the 7 is a mere speck of a star. And that is called by country people Jack by the middle horse. On this same star looked Shakespeare as did the first carrier in his Henry the Fourth, hey ho, and be not forward by the day, he be hanged. Charles's Wain is over the near chimney, and yet our horse not packed, and as did his second gentleman in Othello, Montano. What from the Cape can you discern at sea? First gentleman. Nothing at all, it is a high wrought flood, I cannot twixt the heaven, and the main descry a sailing. Second gentleman. Do but stand upon the foaming shore, the chidden billow seems to pelt the clouds, the wind shakes surge, with high and monstrous main, seems to cast water on the burning bier, and quench the guards of the ever-fixed pole. I never did like molestation view on the enchafed flood. Faintly shimmering, too, in the northern heavens is that other numerous starry cluster, known the world over as 7 to us as the 7 Sisters or the Pleiades. A strange 7, for only 6 stars are now clearly visible to the naked eye, one having vanished, it would seem, within human memory. When? Where? None can tell. They play in light as close together as dewdrops in a cobweb hung from thorn to thorn. Nearby, on winter's cold breast burns the most marvelous of the constellations, the huntsman Orion, with his Rigel and Bellatrix and Betelgeuse, his dog Sirius at his heels. Seek him that maketh the 7 stars and Orion, and turneth the shadow of death into the morning, and maketh the day dark with night. 9. Like a child, half in tenderness and mirth. At a first reading, perhaps, this line will not appear to flow so smoothly as the rest. But linger an instant on the word child, and you will have revealed to yourself one of Shelley's, and indeed one of every poet's loveliest devices with words to let the music of his verse accord with its meaning, and at the same time to please and charm the ear with a slight variation from the regular beat and accent of the meter. So, too, in the middle lines of the next stanza. This variation, which is called rhythm, is the very proof of its writer's sincerity. For if the sound of his verse, or of his voice, rings false, he cannot have completely realized what he was writing or saying. When a man says what he means, he says it as if he meant it. The tune of what he says sounds right. When a man does not mean what he says, he finds it all but impossible to say it as if he did. The tune goes wrong. Just so with reading. So from a gay and tiny compendious English grammar of 1780 I have borrowed these 4 brief wholesome rules for reading. 1. Observe well the pauses, accents and emphases, and never stop but where the sense will admit of it. 2. Humor your voice a little, according to the subject. 3. Do not read too fast, lest in lip or mind you get a habit of stammering, adding or omitting words, and be sure that your understanding keep pace with your tongue. 4. In reading verse, pronounce every word just as if it were prose, observing the stops with great exactness, and giving each word its proper accent, and if it be not harmonious, the poet, and not the reader, is to blame. Better, perhaps, be sure of your ear before you blame the poet. But in general, if these rules are followed, there can be little danger of reading like a parrot, or like a small boy in his first breeches at a dame's school. To think while one reads, that is the main thing, so as not to be, as Sidney says, just like a child that some fair book doth find, with gilded leaves or coloured vellum plays, or, at the most, on some fair pictures stays, but never heeds the fruit of writer's mind. 13 Comes dancing from the east. I found a story about this dancing in Mrs. Wright's Rustic Speech and Folklore. It is the story of a woman who lived in a district called Hockley, in the parish of Broseley. She said that she had heard of such dancing but did not believe it to be true, till on Easter morning last, I got up early, and then I saw the sun dance, and dance, and dance, 3 times, and I called to my husband and said, "Roland, Roland, get up and see the sun dance." "I used," she said, "not to believe it, but now I can never doubt more." The neighbors agreed with her that the sun did dance on Easter morning, and that some of them had seen it. Seeing, goes the old proverb, is believing, which is true no less of the inward eye. I once tried to comfort a very little boy who was unhappy because there was a bear under his bed. Candle in hand, I talked, and proved that there wasn't a real bear for miles and miles around, not at any rate until we reached the zoo, and there black, brown, sloth, spectacled, grizzly and polar alike, all of them, poor creatures, were cabined, cribbed and shut up in barred cages. He listened, tears still shining in his eyes, his small face sharp and clear. "Why, certainly not," I ended, "there can't be a real bear for miles around." He smiled as if pitying me. "Ah yes, Daddy," he answered with a die-away sob, "but, you see, you's talking of real bears, and mine wasn't real." 14 Us idle wenches. It was a jolly bed in sooth, of oak as strong as Babel. And there slept Kit and Saul and Ruth as sound as maids are able. I 3 in one, and there they dreamed, their bright young eyes hid under, nor hearkened when the tempest streamed, nor recked the rumbling thunder. For marvelous regions strayed they in, each moon far from the other, Ruth in her childhood, Kit in heaven, and Saul with ghost for lover. But soon as ever sun shone sweet, and birds sang, praise for rain, O leapt out of bed 3 pair of feet and danced on earth again, oh. 17 Old May Song. This, like number 2, and the next song must be as old as the dew ponds on the downs. They were wont to be sung, I have read, by 5 or 6 men, with a fiddle, or flute, or clarionet accompaniment. When I was a boy I can remember one 1st of May seeing a Jack in the Green in the street, a man in a kind of wicker cage hung about with flowers and leaves, with Maid Marian, Friar Tuck and the rest, dancing and singing beside him. A great friend of mine, when she was a little girl of 8, was so frightened at sight of this leafy prancing creature on her way to school that she turned about and ran for a mile without stopping. 19 There is far too little of Geoffrey Chaucer's that most lovable, shrewd, compassionate, and natural of poets in this book. There was much more of him, I noticed, in Mr. Nahum's tome too. At first sight his words look a little strange, but not for long, and if every dotted letter is made a syllable of, his rhythm will flow like water over bright green waterweed. It is a curious, though little thing, that while, among the 170 varieties of flowers Shakespeare mentions, he has no less than 57 several references to the rose, 21 to the green grass, 18 to violets, and even to the serviceable but rank nettle a round dozen, he has but a scant 5 to Chaucer's beloved daisy. Flowers, it is true, as says Canon Elicoum, who collected all such references into his delightful book, Plant Lore and Garden Craft of Shakespeare, never sweeten the plays for their own sake alone, and there are no foxgloves, snowdrops, or forget-me-nots in them at all. Still, had he loved daisies as children do, he could hardly have resisted them even for their own sake alone. Is not barnwort another name for the daisy? A yellow cup, it hath, says Pliny, and the same is crowned, as it were with a garland, consisting of 55 little leaves, set round about it in manner of fine pales. These be flowers of the meadow, and most of such are of no use at all. No use at all, none except only to make skylark of every heart whose owner has eyes in his head for a daisy's simple looks, its marvellous making, and the sheer happiness of their multitudes wide open in the sun or round-headed and adrose in the evening twilight. Chaucer's picture portrait is well known. So is that in his own words in the Canterbury Tales. But here is another, less familiar, by Robert Greene of Sir Geoffrey Chaucer, as he calls him. Water chamlet is a rich-coloured silken plush, and a whittel is a knife. His stature was not very tall, lean he was, his legs were small, hosed within a stock of red a buttoned bonnet on his head, from under which did hang, I ween, silver hairs both bright and sheen, his beard was white, trimmed round, his countenance blithe and merry found, a sleeveless iacket large and wide, with many plights and skirts side, of water chamlet did he wear, a whittel by his belt he bare, his shoes were corned broad before, his inkhorn at his side he wore, and in his hand he bore a book, thus did this ancient poet Luke 20 brave prick song, which means, I gather, that while the nightingale was even into the dusk of dawn yet singing her air or descant, the lark joined in as if reading her notes from the daybreak stars pricking the sky. 21 Cuckoo, jug, jug, pew-wee, to wit a woo. 4 birds, I suppose, have part in this, cuckoo, nightingale, yoig, yoig, green finch, and owl. I rose anon, and thought I would agone into the woods, to hear the birdes sing, when that the misty vapour was agone, and clear and fair was the morrowing, the dew, also, like silver in shining, upon the leaves, as any bough may sweet. And in I went to hear the birdes song, which on the branches, both in plain and vale, so loudly why sang, that all the wood why rang, like as it should shiver in pieces smale, and as me thoughten that the nightingale with so great might her voice began outrest, right as her heart for love would all to breast. John Lydgate 22. The jealous trout. Thou that desirest to fish with line and hook, be it in pool, in river, or in brook, to bless thy bait and make the fish to bite, lo, here's a means. If thou canst hit it right, take gum of life, fine beat, and laid in soak in oil well drawn from that which kills the oak, fish where thou wilt, thou shalt have sport thy fill, when 20 fail, thou shalt be sure to kill. It's perfect and good, if well understood, else not to be told for silver or gold. So advises Master Will Lawson in the Secrets of Angling, which was published in 1653, the ingredients, or ingrediments as I used to say when I was a child, of his gum of life being cocculus julii, asafoetida, honey, and wheat flour. That which kills the oak, I suppose, is ivy. But it looks as if there may have been a wink in his eye to welcome the green in his readers. Here, on the same theme, are a few lines from a poem by Mr. Robert Bridges. Sometimes an angler comes, and drops his hook within its hidden depths, and gainst a tree leaning his rod, reads in some pleasant book, forgetting soon his pride of fishery, and dreams, or falls asleep, while curious fishes peep about his nibbled bait, or scornfully dart off and rise and leap. And these are by J. Wolcott. Why fliest thou away with fear? Trust me, there's naught of danger near, I have no wicked hook all covered with a snaring bait, alas, to tempt thee to thy fate, and drag thee from the brook. Enjoy thy stream, O harmless fish, and when an angler for his dish, through gluttony's vile sin, attempts, a wretch, to pull thee out, God give thee strength, O gentle trout, to pull the rascal in. A less common and more skillful sport than fly, hook, and bait, or even tickling can afford is to share their watery chaos with the fish, and catch them with the hands. This needs rare skill and cunning and a disguise. For dyeing of your hairs, says Isaac Walton in The Complete Angler, do it thus: take a pint of strong ale, half a pound of suet, and a little quantity of the juice of walnut tree leaves, and an equal quantity of alum, put these together, into a pot, pan, or pipkin, and boil them half an hour, and having so done, let it cool, and being cold, put your hair into it, and there let it lie. It will turn your hair to be a kind of water or glass color or greenish, and the longer you let it lie, the deeper colored it will be. You might be taught to make many other colors, but it is to little purpose, for doubtless the watercolor or glass-colored hair is the most choice and the most useful for an angler, but let it not be too green. And birds had drawn their valentines. Line 4, first thing in the early morning, if you go out on St. Valentine's Day, which is the 14th day of February, you will meet, if you meet anybody, your soon-to-be loved one. So too the birds. In my young days, folks sent the daintiest pictures to their sweethearts on this day. Mr. Nahum had a drawer half full of them with a few locks of hair and some withered flowers. And one or two of these valentines were of beaten gold, with images of lovely things upon them, as if from another planet. This morning came up to my wife's bedside, I being up dressing myself, little Will Mercer to be her valentine, and brought her name writ upon blue paper in gold letters, done by himself, very pretty. Mr. Samuel Pepys's diary. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, all in the morning betime, and I am made at your window to be your valentine. Ophelia's song. Joan strokes a syllabub or twain. If you would make a lemon syllabub, as advised by Mrs. Charlotte Mason, a professed housekeeper, who from about 1740 had upwards of 30 years' experience in families of the first fashion, take a pint of cream, a pint of white wine, the rind of 2 lemons grated, and the juice. Sugar to the taste. Let it stand some time, mill or whip it. Lay the froth on a sieve, put the remainder into glasses. Lay on the froth. Mr. Nahum must have had a fancy for cookery books, there were dozens of them in his tower room. Indeed, the next best thing to eating a good dish is to read how it is made, and somehow the old cookbook writers learned to write a most excellent and appetizing English. Here is another recipe from Delights for Ladies, of 1608, a dainty that would eat uncommonly well with a syllabub. To make a marchpane, take 2 pounds of almonds being blanched, and dried in a sieve over the fire, beat them in a stone mortar, and when they be small mix them with 2 pounda of sugar being finely beaten, adding 2 or 3 spoonfuls of rosewater, and that will keep your almonds from oiling. When your paste is beaten fine, drive it thin with a rolling pin, and so lay it on a bottom of wafers, then raise up a little edge on the side, and so bake it, then is it with rosewater and sugar, then put it in the oven again, and when you see your is risen up and dree, then take it out of the oven and garnish it with pretty conceits, as birds and beasts being cast out of standing molds. Stake long comfits upright in it, cast biscuits and caraways in it, and so serve it, gild it before you serve it. You may also print of this marchpane paste in your molds for banqueting dishes. And of this paste our comfit makers at this day make their letters, knots, armes, escutcheons, beasts, birds, and other fancies. Also pygmy castles and such like, for dessert, which the guests would demolish with sugar plums. Good thou, save me a piece of marchpane, and as thou lovest me, let the porter let in Susan Grindstone and Nell. Romeo and Juliet 23. The sun arising. What other fire could be a better image of the fire which is there, than the fire which is here? Or what other earth than this, of the earth which is there? So said Plotinus, and I know, said Blake, that this world is a world of imagination and vision. I see everything I paint in this world, but everybody does not see alike. To the eye of a miser a guinea is far more beautiful than the sun, and a bag worn with the use of money has more beautiful proportions than a vine filled with grapes. The tree which moves some to tears of joy is in the eyes of others only a green thing which stands in the way. Some scarce see nature at all. But to the eyes of the man of imagination, nature is imagination itself. As a man is, so he sees. As the eye is formed, such are its powers. You certainly mistake, when you say that the visions of fancy are not to be found in this world. To me this world is all one continued vision. Indeed, when Blake was a child, he saw on Peckham Rye a tree, full, not of birds, but of angels, and his poems show how marvelously clear were the eyes with which he looked at the things of nature. In the year 1872, an old lady might have been seen driving across the Rye in her silvery carriage, and she came to where, under a flowering tree, sat a small boy, the locks of hair upon his head like sheaves of cows' lips, his eyes like speedwells, and he in very bright clothes. And he was laughing up into the tree. She stopped her carriage and said to him almost as if she were more angry than happy, "What are you laughing at, child?" And he said, "At the sparrows, ma'am." "Mere sparrows," says she, "but why?" "Because they were saying," says he, "here comes across the Rye a blind old horse, a blind old coachman, and a blind old woman." "But I am not blind," says she. "Nor are they not mere sparrows," said the child. And at that the old lady was looking out of her carriage at no child, but at a small bush, in bud, of gorse. 24 And thank him then as does Robert Herrick's child, in his grace, "Here a little child I stand, heaving up my either hand, cold as paddocks though they be, here I lift them up to thee, for a benison to fall on our meat, and on us all." Amen. A paddock is a frog or a toad, it seems. To either small cold hand there are 4 cold fingers and a thumb, and in old times, says Halliwell, our ancestors had distinct names for each of the 5 toes and for each of the 5 fingers. The fingers were called thumb, toucher, longman, leche man, little man, leche man being the ring finger, because in that there is a sinew very tender and small that reaches to the heart. In Essex they used to call them, and still may, Tom Thumbkin, Bess Bumpkin, Long Lincoln, Bill Wilkin, and Little Dick. In Scotland, Thumbkin, Lickpot, Langman, Barrybarn, and Pearly Winky. And here are some more from Dr. Courtenay Dunn's Natural History of the Child, a book which is graced with as handsome a frontispiece as ever I've seen. Thumb, Tommy Tompkins or Bill Milker. Forefinger, Billy Wilkins Tom Thumper. Third finger, Long Larum Long Lazy. Fourth finger, Betsy Bedlam Cherry Bumper. Little finger, Little Bob Tippity, Tippity Town End. Toes, Big Toe, Tom Barker or Toe Type. Toe 2, Long Rachel Penny Wipe. Toe 3, Minnie Wilkin Tommy Tussle. Toe 4, Millie Larkin Billy Whistle. Little Toe, Little Dick Trippingo. So, if you wish, you can secretly name not only your fingers, toes, rooms, chairs, and tables, etc., but also the stars in their courses, the trees in your orchard, and have your own privy countersign for the flowers you like best. Give a dog a bad name, and hang him, says the old proverb. Give anything a good name, and it is yours forever. There is the tale of the unhappy gardener in the Isle of Rum who without ill intention called a snapdragon an antirrhinum. And there arose out of the hillside a monster named Zebjay, but I haven't the space for the rest. The gardener of course meant well, but when he heard the voice counting his last moments, not in common English, but in what Wensleydale knitters still remember of the Norse Jan, Sjan, Tether, Mether, Mumph, Hither, Lither, Over, Dover, die well, he died before he was due, so to speak. While we are on this subject, here is a face rhyme: Bo peeper nose dreeper chin chopper white lopper red rag and little gap. This is another: here sits the Lord Mayor, here sit his men, here sits the cockadoodle, here sits the hen, here sits the little chickens, here they run in, chin chopper, chin chopper, chin chopper chin. The next three are foot rhymes, very soothing at times to fractious babies. The first is common in London, etc. This little pig went to market, this little pig stayed at home, this little pig had roast beef, this little pig had the bone, this little pig cried wee 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 all the way home. The second comes from the Isle of Wight: this gourd pig says, I wants meat, t other one says, where'll ya hay et? This one says, in Gramfer's barn, t other one says, weak. Weak. I can't get over the dreschel. And this is from Scotland: this and bigot the born, this and stelt the corn, this and stood and saw, this and ran awa, and we pearly winky paid for a. And last, here is a dance babby on knee, or this is the way, rhyme, also from Scotland: the doggies geed to the mill, this way and that way, they took a lick out o' this wife's poke, and they took a lick out o' that wife's poke, and a loo in the lead, and a dip in the dam, and geed walloping, 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 hame. And no doubt came to the conclusion expressed in the 6th stanza of Robert Herrick's Ternary of Littles: upon a pipkin of jelly sent to a lady, a little saint best fits a little shrine, a little prop best fits a little vine, as my small cruse best fits my little wine. A little seed best fits a little soil, a little trade best fits a little toil, as my small jar best fits my little oil. A little bin best fits a little bread, a little garland fits a little head, as my small stuff best fits my little shed. A little hearth best fits a little fire, a little chapel fits a little choir, as my small bell best fits my little spire. A little stream best fits a little boat, a little lead best fits a little float, as my small pipe best fits my little note. A little meat best fits a little belly, as sweetly, lady, give me leave to tell ye, this little pipkin fits this little jelly. And the fact that this or any other poem is printed at this end of the book instead of at the other does not mean that I am any the less thankful to have it, or that Mr. Nahum left it out of his. 25. I Sing of a Maiden. Only the spelling of this lovely and ancient little carol has been slightly changed. 29. Sleep stays not, though a monarch bids. Line 11. Why rather, sleep, liest thou in smoky cribs, upon uneasy pallets stretching thee, and hushed with buzzing night flies to thy slumber, than in the perfumed chambers of the great, under the canopies of costly state, and lulled with sound of sweetest melody. O thou dull god, why liest thou with the vile in loathsome beds, and leavest the kingly couch a watch case or a common larum bell? Wilt thou upon the high and giddy mast seal up the ship-boy's eyes, and rock his brains in cradle of the rude imperious surge, and in the visitation of the winds, who take the ruffian billows by the top, curling their monstrous heads, and hanging them with deafening clamour in the slippery clouds, that, with the hurly, death itself awakes? Canst thou, O partial sleep, give thy repose to the wet sea-boy in an hour so rude, and in the calmest and most stillest night, with all appliances and means to boot, deny it to a king? Then happy lo, lie down. Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. Henry IV. Part 2. 30 For many years I read this poem as if the accents in the first line of each stanza fell on the first and third word, the two I's. It was stupid of me, for clearly the accent should fall, lightly, on the second syllable of the remembers. Apart from the accents or stresses in a line of verse, there is the rise and fall of the voice, a kind of tune in the saying of it. If the right tune is not caught, then the difference is as much as if one sniffed a wallflower and it smelled like African mimosa. And to me, as to hundreds of thousands of Englishmen, this poem is as familiar, long endeared, and refreshing as Wallflower, Sweet William, or Old Man. This is the second or third time I have made remarks about the rhythm, lilt, or tune of a poem, and it won't be the last. May I be forgiven, for as Chaucer wrote to his small son Lewis when he was sharing with him his love of astronomy, soothly me seemeth bitter to writen unto a child twice a good sentence, then he forget it once. As for his elders, even thrice may be short commons. Those flowers made of light. Line 12, hold up a flower between eye and sun, or even candle flame, and it seems little but its own waxen hue and color. Moonlight is too pale, the petals remain opaque. In the moon's light, indeed, blueness is scarcely distinguishable from shadowiness, red darkens but yellow pales, and the fairest flowers of all wake in her beams, jasmine, convolvulus, evening primrose, as if they not only shared her radiance but returned a glow-worm-like fuminess of their own. Once, long before I came to 3, having plucked for my mother a few convolvulus flowers, I remember when I was just about to give them into her hand I discovered that the beautiful cups of delight had enwreathed themselves together, and had returned as it were to the bud, never to reopen. I was but a child, and this odd little disappointment was so extreme that I burst out crying. 32 See just above, number 30, and for proof of the curious obedience of words to any bidden rhythm it is interesting to compare this poem with its next neighbors. Mr. Frost's colt is called a Little Morgan, because he was of a famous breed of horses of that name which are the pride of the state of Vermont. 35 Only a single copy of the old play, Mundus et Infans, from which this fragment is taken, is known to be in existence. It was printed by Wynky and Aworty in 1522, and was written round about 1500. The lines need a slow reading to get the run and lilt of them, and even at that they jog and creak like an old farm cart. But the boy, dalliance, if one takes a little pains, will come gradually out of them as clear to the eye as if you had met him in the street today, on his way to Scully for yet another docking. Clothes, houses, customs, food a little, thoughts a little, knowledge, too, all change as the years and centuries go by, but dalliance under 1,000 names lives on. It never occurred to me when I was young to think that the children in Rome talked Latin at their games, and that Solomon and Caesar, Prester John and the Grand Khan knew in their young days what it means to be homesick and none too easy to sit down. Yet there are knuckle bones and dolls in London that the infant subjects of the pharaohs played with, and at Stratford Grammar School, for all to see, is Shakespeare's school desk. As for dalliance, dockings are not nowadays so harsh as once they were. In proof of this, there is a passage from a book, telling of his own life as a small boy, written by Guibert de Nogent. He is speaking of his childhood, about the year when William the Conqueror landed at Hastings, so, after a few of the evening hours had been passed in that study, during which I had been beaten even beyond my deserts, I came and sat at my mother's knees. She, according to her wont, asked whether I had been beaten that day, and I, unwilling to betray my master, denied it, whereupon, whether I would or no, she threw back my inner garment, such as men call shirt, and found my little ribs black with the strokes of the osier, and rising everywhere into wheals. Then, grieving in her inmost bowels at this punishment so excessive for my tender years, troubled and boiling with anger, and with brimming eyes, she cried, "Never now shalt thou become a clerk, nor shalt thou be thus tortured again to learn thy letters." Whereupon, gazing upon her with all the seriousness that I could call to my face, I replied, "Nay, even though I should die under the rod, I will not desist from learning my letters and becoming a clerk." Still, there were more merciful schoolmasters than Guibert de Nogents, even in days harsh as his, as this further extract from Mr. G. G. Colton's enticing medieval Garner shows. One day, when a certain abbot, much reputed for his piety, spake with Anselm concerning divers points of monastic religion, and conversed among other things of the boys that were brought up in the cloister, he added, "What, pray, can we do with them? They are perverse and incorrigible, day and night we cease not to chastise them, yet they grow daily worse and worse." Whereat Anselm marvelled, and said, "Yes, cease not to beat them." "And when they are grown to manhood, of what sort are they then?" "They are dull and brutish," said the other. Then said Anselm, "With what good profit do ye expend your substance in nurturing human beings till they become brute beasts? But I prithee tell me, for God's sake, wherefore ye are so set against them? Are they not human, sharing in the same nature as yourselves? Would ye wish to be so handled as ye handle them? Ye will say, Yes, if we were as they are. So be it, then, yet is there no way but that of stripes and scourges for shaping them to good? Did ye ever see a goldsmith shape his gold or silver plate into a fair image by blows alone? I trow not. What then? That he may give the plate its proper shape, he will first press it gently and tap it with his tools, then again he will more softly raise it with discreet pressure from below, and caress it into shape. So ye also, if ye would see your boys adorned with fair manners, ye should not only beat them down with stripes, but also raise their spirits and support them with fatherly kindness and pity. There was an old woodcut, hanging on Mr. Nahum's wall in his tower room, showing a boy in the Middle Ages being whipped in a kind of machine, something like a roasting jack, and a schoolmaster standing by, nicely smiling, in a gown. When Coleridge was a Bluecoat boy at Christ's Hospital with Charles Lamb, he seems to have had a headmaster of this kind, boy. I remember Bowyer saying to me once when I was crying the first day after my return after the holidays, "Boy, the school is your father. Boy, the school is your mother. Boy, the school is your brother. The school is your sister. The school is your first cousin, and your second cousin, and all the rest of your relations. Let's have no more crying." Mrs. Bowyer was no comforter, either. Valle Grice and I were once going to be flogged for some domestic misdeed, and Bowyer was thundering away at us, by way of prologue, when Mrs. B looked in and said, "Flog them soundly, sir, I beg." This saved us. Bowyer was so nettled at the interruption that he growled out, "Away, woman, away," and we were let off. Coleridge tells of yet another schoolmaster, whose name, like Bowyer and Birch, also began with A.B. Busby was the father of the English public school system. He was headmaster of Westminster through the reign of Charles I, the Civil War, the Protectorate, the reign of Charles II, and the Revolution of 1688. Under him Westminster became the first school in the kingdom. When Charles II visited the school, Busby stalked before the king with his hat upon his head, whilst his most sacred majesty meekly followed him. In private Busby explained that his conduct was due to the fact that he could not allow, for discipline's sake, the boys to imagine there could be a greater man than himself alive. Quite rightly, of course. There is, too, the story of the little lion that went to school to the bear. Being, though of royal blood, a good deal of a dunce, Master Lion bore many sound cuffings from Dr. Bruin on the road to learning, and found it hot and dusty. After such administrations, he would sometimes sit in the sun under a window, learning his task and brooding on a day when he would return to the school and revenge himself upon the doctor for having treated him so sore. But Master Lion was all this time growing up, and so many were the cares of state when he had left his books and become a prince and heir apparent, that for a time he had no thought for his old school. Being, however, in the royal gardens one sunny morning, and seeing bees busy about their hive, he remembered an old saying on the sweetness of knowledge and wisdom, and this once more reminded him of his old master. Bidding his servants sling upon a rod half a dozen of the hives, he set out to visit Dr. Bruin. The hives were taken into his study, and the bees, being unused to flitting within walls out of the sunshine, angrily sang and droned about the head of the old schoolmaster as he sat at his desk. Their stings were of little account against his thick hide, but their molestation was a fret, and he presently cried aloud, would that the prince had kept his gifts to himself. The prince, who was standing outside the door, listening and smiling to himself, thereupon cried out, "Ah! Dr. Bruin, when I was under your charge, you often heavily smit and cuffed me with those long clawed paws of yours. Now I am older, and have learned how sweet and worthy is the knowledge they instilled. This too will be your experience. My bees may fret and buzz and sting a little now, but you will think of me more kindly when you shall be tasting their rich honey in the winter that is soon upon us." And Dr. Bruin, peering out at the prince from amid the cloud of the bees, when he heard him thus call tit for tat, he couldn't help but laugh. And last, to return to Coleridge once more, who, in the bad old days, so far as food goes, never had a belly full at Christ's hospital, and whose appetite was only damped, never satisfied, here is one of his earliest letters, to his elder brother George, which may have an indirect reference to Dr. Bowyer's Birch. Dear brother, you will excuse me for reminding you that, as our holidays commence next week, and I shall go out a good deal, a good pair of breeches will be no inconsiderable accession to my appearance. For though my present pair are excellent for the purpose of drawing mathematical figures on them, and though a walking thought, sonnet or epigram would appear in them in very splendid type, yet they are not altogether so well adapted for a female eye, not to mention that I should have the charge of vanity brought against me for wearing a looking glass. I hope you have got rid of your cold, and I am your affectionate brother, Samuel Taylor Coleridge 40. This too should go to the lilt of its music, as then the accents would come clearly. I think, in the reading of it, there should be 4 stressed syllables to the first, second, and fifth lines in each stanza. War ha ya been a day, my boy Tammy, and the wee thing gies her hand, and says, there, gang and ask my mammy. A line of verse like this resembles a piece of elastic. If you leave it very slack you will get no music out of it at all, stretch it a little too far, it snaps. 41 Rosy apple, lemon, or pear. This little jingle and NOS 15, 16, 68, 75, etc., are singing game rhymes, of which scores have been collected from the mouths of children near and far from all over the kingdom, and are now to be found in print in Ladygum's 2 stout engrossing volumes entitled Traditional Games. In these more than 700 games are described, including rakes and roans, rockety row, Sally go round the moon, shuttle feather, spannums, tods and lambs, wigmalery, alicomgrena, bob cherry, oranges and lemons, cherry pit, thumblebones, lady on yander hill, hetchy fracky, and snail creep. A good many of these games have singing rhymes to them, and the words of them vary in different places. For the children in each of 20 or more villages and towns may have their own particular version of the same rhyme. As for the original from which all such versions must once have come that may be centuries old. Like the nursery rhymes, they were most of them in the world ages before our great-great-great-grandams were babies in their cradles. The noble game of hopscotch, for instance, Ladygum tells us, was in favor before the year I. The most mysterious rhymes of all are said to refer to ancient tribal customs, rites and ceremonies, betrothals, harvest homes, sowings, reapings, well blessings, dirges, divinations, battles, hunting, and exorcisings before even London was else than a few hovels by its river's side. Rhymes such as these, having been passed on from age to age and from one piping throat to another, have grown worn and battered of course, and become queerly changed in their words. These from Mr. Nahum's book have their own differences too. He seems to have liked best those that make a picture, or sound uncommonly sweet and so carry the fancy away. Any little fight or jingle or jargon of words that manages that is like a charm or a talisman, and to make new ones is as hard as to spin silk out of straw, or to turn beech leaves into fairy money. When one thinks, too, of the myriad young voices that generation after generation have caroled these rhymes into the evening air, and now are still well, it's a thought no less sorrowful for being strange, and no less strange for the fact that our own voices too will some day be as silent. Summer's pleasures they are gone like to visions every one, and the cloudy days of autumn and of winter cometh on. I tried to call them back, but unbidden they are gone far away from heart and eye and forever far away. Dear heart, and can it be that such raptures meet decay? I thought them all eternal when by Langley Bush I lay, I thought them joys eternal when I used to shout and play on its bank at clink and bandy, chalk and taw and ducking stone, where silence sitteth now on the wild heath as her own like a ruin of the past all alone. John Clare 42. In Praise. The loveliest and gayest song of praise and sweetness to a young thing I have ever seen. Eloful Gellifer, Gellofra, Gillofra, Gulliver, Gillivor, Gillofer, Giraflower, Garaflower, all these are ways of spelling gilliflower, Gellofra coming nearest to its original French, girofle meaning spiced like the clove. There were of old, I find, 3 kinds of gilliflowers, the clove, the stalk, and the wall. It was the first of these kinds that was meant in the earlier writers by the small clove carnation, or coronation, because it was made into chaplets or garlands. Its Greek name was dianthus, the flower divine, and its twin sister is the pink, so called because its edges are, as it were, picked out, jagged, notched, scalloped. Country names for it are Sweet John, Pagiance, Blunket, and sops in wine, for it spices what it floats in, and used to be candied for a sweetmeat. Blossoming in July, the gilliflower suggests July flower, and if Julia is one's sweetheart, it may also be a Julie flower. So one name may carry many echoes. It has been truly described as a gimp and gallant flower, and, says Parkinson, who wrote Paradisus Terrestris, it was the chiefest of account in Tudor gardens. By 1700 indeed there were 360 kinds and 4 classes of clove gilliflower: the flake, the bizarre, the piquette or picotee, picotee or prickete, and the painted lady, the last now gone. Its ancestor, the dianthus, seems to have crossed the Channel with the Normans, for it flourishes on the battlements of Falaise, the conqueror's birthplace, and crowns the walls of many a Norman castle: Dover, Ludlow, Rochester, Deal to this day. 43 pigs ye must be piggy's eye, or, from an old word, twinkle eye, just as we nowadays call a child or loved one goosikins or pusikins, or lambkin pie, or bunch of roses, or chickabiddy, or come kiss me quick. Minion means anything small, minikin, delicate, dainty, darling. Look close, for example, at the brown-green florets of a stalk of mignonette. 44 A Worm's Light. Line 10, many years ago I had the curious pleasure of reading a little book and one in small print too, Alice Meynell's lovely Flower of the Mind, by English Glowworm Light. The worm was lifting its green beam in the grasses of a cliff by the sea, and shone the clearer the while because it was during an eclipse of the moon. But see number 93. 50 But never cam he. Oh, wha will shoe my bonny foot? And wha will glove my hand? And wha will lace my middle jimp, wi a lang linen band? Oh, who will comb my yellow hair, with a haw bayberry comb? And wha will be my babe's father, till Gregory come hame? Thy father, he will shoe thy foot, thy brother will glove thy hand, thy mother will bind thy middle jimp wi a lang linen band. Thy sister will comb thy yellow hair, wi a haw bayberry comb, the Almighty will be thy babe's father, till Gregory come hame. Haw is an old English word meaning, blue or bra, and bayberry is the allspice tree, so this sad one's yellow hair had for comb an uncommonly charming thing. In another version the comb is of new silver, and in a third it is a red river came, which, thinks Mr. Child, may be a corruption of red ivory. But give me, for such hair, the bayberry kind, and let it be haw. 51 The Orphan. The first sense of sorrow I ever knew, wrote Richard Steele, was upon the death of my father, at which time I was not quite 5 years of age, but was rather amazed at what all the house meant than possessed with a real understanding why nobody was willing to play with me. I remember I went into the room where his body lay, and my mother sat weeping alone by it. I had my battledore in my hand, and fell a beating the coffin, and calling, Papa, for, I know not how, I had some slight idea that he was locked up there. My mother catched me in her arms, and transported beyond all patience of the silent grief she was before in, she almost smothered me in her embraces, and told me in a flood of tears, Papa could not hear me, and would play with me no more, for they were going to put him underground, whence he could never come to us again. 53 The first and third stanzas of this poem were, and are, my particular favorites, and especially the second line in each. Such poems are like wayside pools, or little well springs of water. It does not matter how many wayfarers come thither to quench their thirst, there is abundance for all. The perishing pleasures of man. Line 18, but you mustn't imagine, said the old harper, that I harp sad memories on my harp strings because, being an ancient I am envious of my youth. Far from it. My only grief is that even if mine were the harp that hung in Tara, I could not express the joy it is to be of years 100, and to remember that once I was not and all in the same bar. And for yet another look behind, I cannot leave out this little rhyme from William Allingham, who made one of the happiest of all anthologies, Nightingale Valley, 4 ducks on a pond, a grass bank beyond, a blue sky of spring, white clouds on the wing, what a little thing to remember for years to remember with tears. Or, last, this lovely scrap from the Scots all distance and longing for home, O Alva Hills is bonny, Daily Coutry Hills is fair, but to think on the braes of men's tree it makes my heart foosair. 60 Edward Thomas, who wrote this poem, knew by heart most of the villages, streams, high roads, by-roads, hills, forests, woods and dales of the southern counties of England, and came so to know them by the best of all methods. He walked through them on his feet, and, when so inclined, sat down by the wayside or leaned over a farm or field gate and gazed and mused and daydreamed. Here is another poem of his, If I should ever by chance grow rich I'll buy Coatham, Cockridden, and Childerditch, Roses, Peergeo, and Lapwater, and let them all to my elder daughter. The rent I shall ask of her will be only each year's first violets, white and lonely, the first primroses and orchises she must find them before I do, that is. But if she finds a blossom on furze without rent, they shall all forever be hers, Coldham, Cockridden, and Childerditch, roses, Peargeo and Lapwater, I shall give them all to my elder daughter. Not, of course, to find a blossom on furze or gorse as soon as any sun is in the year's sky, is the rare feat, and if in your wanderings over the hills and far away you should chance on secret hidden away Peargeo or Childerditch, sweet with its fragrance, then inquire for the beautiful, happy young lady of the manor. As a matter of fact, the scent of the furze blossom is not exactly sweet, but nut-like and aromatic. This is what Edward Thomas's friend, W. H. Hudson, the great naturalist, wrote about it. The gorse is most fragrant at noon, when the sun shines brightest and hottest. At such an hour when I approach a thicket of furze, the wind blowing from it, I am always tempted to cast myself down on the grass to lie for an hour drinking in the odor. The effect is to make me languid, to wish to lie till I sleep and live again in dreams in another world, in a vast open-air cathedral where a great festival of ceremony is perpetually in progress, and acolytes, in scores and hundreds with beautiful bright faces, in flame yellow and orange surplices, are ever and ever coming toward me, swinging their censers until I am ready to swoon in that heavenly incense. Astode. Stanza 5. It is the gentle custom of gamekeepers to slaughter at sight, though not for food, the little preying beasts and birds of the woodlands, owls, hawks, crows, jays, stoats, weasels, and such like. They then nail up their carcasses to a shed side, or to a barn door, or on a field gate, leaving them to rot in the wind for a warning to their live mates, just as in the old days the precarious English kings spiked the heads of traitors on the turrets of the tower. Foxes you hunt to death. 61. The hows of the silent vanished races are, I suppose, the mounds, barrows, tumuli or fairy hills, some of them round, some of them long, some of them chambered, beneath which the ancient races of Britain, centuries before the coming of the Saxons and the Danes, buried their dead. So once slept the mummied pharaohs beneath their enormous pyramids. Age hangs densely over these solitary mounds, as over the dolmens and cromlechs Stonehenge, the whispering knights and the single gigantic menhirs, the tingle stone, the whittle stone, the bear down man and the demoniac whorestone. These were utterly ancient and unintelligible marvels even when the monk Ranulph Higden wrote his Polychronicon in 1352. The second wonder, he says, is at Stonehenge beside Salisbury. Their great stones marvellously huge, be reared up on high, as it were gates, so that there seemeth gates to be set up upon other gates. Nevertheless it is not clearly known nor perceived how and to what end they be so reared up, and so wonderlichly honged. And yet, they are but as falling apple blossom compared with the age of the world and the antiquity of the universe. Firstgravedigger.com. My spade, there is no ancient gentleman but gardeners, ditchers, and grave makers, they hold up Adam's profession. Second gravedigger. Was he a gentleman? First gravedigger. He was the first that ever bore our mess. Hamlet. 62. The Twa brothers, and here is as romantic and tragic a tale of two friends, O Bessie Bell and Mary Gray. They wore Twa bonny lasses, they beget a bower on yon burn brae, and theeket it o'er wi rashes. They theeket it o'er wi rashes green, they theeket it o'er wi heather, but the pest cam frae the borough's town, and slew them baith thegither. They thought to lie in Methven kirkyard, among their noble kin, but they maun lie in Stronach ha, to beek forenent the sin. O Bessie Bell and Mary Gray, they wore Twa bonny lasses, they beget a bower on yon burn brae, and theeket it o'er wi rashes. Beget and theeket means builded and thatched, and the 12th line is to bask beneath the sun. 64. A tragic tale is hidden, rather than told, in this old Scottish ballad. It resembles a half-ruinous house in a desolate country, dense green with briar and bramble, echoing with wild voices its memories gone. Mr. Nahum's picture for it was of a figure in a woman's bright clothes and scarlet hood, but with what looked to me like the head of his own skeleton deep within the hood. And on a stone nearby sat a little winged boy. 66 Her high-born kinsman. And there was a wind in the night as they fared onward, a wind in the mid-air, playing from out the clouds. And presently after, the twain descended into the valley, the one traveller's foot stumbling as he went, against the writhen roots that jutted from between the stones of the path they followed. And it seemed that the voice of one unseen cried, "Lo!" And the traveller looked up from out of the valley of his journey, and, behold, a wan moon gleamed between the ravelled clouds, and the face of his companion showed for that instant clear against the sky in the shadow of its cloak. And it was the face of a nobleman, renowned for his patience, courteous and cold, whose name is Death. 68 London Bridge. This is yet another singing game rhyme. When London was nothing but a cluster of beehive huts in the hill clearings of the great forest of Middlesex above the marshes and the Thames, there can have been no bridge. There may have been a bridge, it seems, in AD 44, 87 years after the death of Caesar, and for centuries there was certainly a ferry, Odo the shipwright being one of its ferrymen, his oars the shape of shovels, and his boat like a young moon on her back. The rhyme appears to refer to the wooden bridge built in 994 at Southwark, which was destroyed in 1008 by King Olav, the Saint of Norway, to whose glory 4 London churches are dedicated. Olav had become the ally of Ethelred, the Unready, and to defeat the Danes who had captured the city he first screened his fighting ships with frameworks of osier for the protection of his men, who then rowed them up to the bridge against the tide. They wapped and bound huge ropes or hawsers round its timber piers, swept down with the slack with the tide, and so brought the bridge to ruin. The first stone bridge, in building from 1196 to 1208, was partially destroyed by fire 4 years afterwards. A picture of the entrancing rebuilt bridge of Elizabeth's time, with its chapel, its many-storied gabled houses, its haberdashers, goldsmiths and booksellers' shops, its cutwaters or starlings and many narrow arches, its gatehouse with the spiked heads atop, its drawbridge and pillory, and that strange timber mansion, with not a nail in its wood, called Nonsuch, where perhaps lived the Lord Mayor. All this may be gloated over in any old 17th-century map of London. John Vischer's of 1616 shows a windmill in the Strand. So narrow were those high arches, and so vehemently flowed the tides beneath them, that even at ebb it was dangerous for a novice to shoot them in a boat. But between Windsor and Gravesend it is said there were 40,000 watermen and wherrymen in Shakespeare's day, yelling eastward ho, or westward ho, for passengers. The bridge was the glory of London, as the Thames it spanned was its main thoroughfare. Fire was its chief enemy, the Great Fire in 1616 and that in 1633, after which it long continued to be used though dark, dismal, and dangerous. The present monster of granite, over which the people of London stream to and fro throughout the day, like ants at the flighting, was built 30 yards west of the old one and began to span the river in 1832. 70 The City. London, thou art of towns a per se 211 sovereign of cities, seemliest in sight, of high renown, riches, and royalty, of lordies, barons, and many a goodly knyght, of most delectable lusty ladies bright, of famous prelates, inhabites clerical, of merchantis full of substance and of myght, London, thou art the flower of cities all. Strong be thy wallace that about thee standes, wise be the people that within thee dwellis, fresh is thy river with his lusty strandies, blithe be thy churches, wilsoning be thy bellis, rich be thy merchantis in substance that excellis, fair be their wives, right lovesome, white and small, clear be thy virgins, lusty under Kellis 212. London, thou art the flower of cities all. William Dunbar 71. He opened house to all. Line 22, the subject being good victuals. Here is the bill of fare at the christening of Mr. Constable's child, rector of Cockley-Clee, in Norfolk, January 2, 1682. A whole hogshead soaked with carrots in the mouth, and pendants in the ears, with gilded oranges thick set. 2 oxes' cheeks stewed with 6 marrow bones. A leg of veal larded with 6 pullets. A leg of mutton with 6 rabbits. A chine of beef, chine of venison, chine of mutton, chine of veal, chine of pork, supported by 4 men. A venison pasty. A great minced pie, with 12 small ones about it. A gelt fat turkey with 6 capons. A bustard with 6 plover. A pheasant with 6 woodcock. A great dish of tarts made all of sweetmeats. A Westphalia ham with 6 tongues. A jowl of sturgeon. A great charger of all sorts of sweetmeats with wine, and all sorts of liquors answerable. And here is another from that inexhaustible Tom Tiddler's ground, rustic speech and folklore for the funeral meats of a farmer who died near Whitby in 1760, besides what was distributed to 1,000 poor people who had 60. Each in money, there was consumed 110 dozen penny loaves, 9 large hams, 8 legs of veal, 20 stone of beef, 16 stone of mutton, 15 stone of Cheshire cheese, and 30 ankers of ale. For me the great dish of tarts, the gilded oranges and the great charger of sweetmeats. But after all, fine fat feasts such as these are but a town mouse's crumb of wedding cake compared to Mackinglyn's vision in number 73, which is from the Gaelic of 1100/1200 AD, as translated by Kuno Meyer. Braggot, line 33, appears to have been a concoction or decoction of ale, honey, sugar, and spice, of which last ambrosial ingredients, according to the old rhyme, are made little girls. 72 And bring us in good ale, really good ale, that is, before beer was made so mortal small, 133 years before tea leaves came from China, to be boiled and the decoction stored in a barrel, 140 before the first coffee house in London, and even, one might be tempted to add, before milk came from the cow, for as late as 1512 the 2 young sons of the 5th Earl of Northumberland, Lord Percy aged 11, who afterwards loved Anne Boleyn, and his younger brother, Maester Thomas Percy, were allowed for breakfast even on FYSCH, or fast days, half a loaf of household breed, a manchet, a dysch of butter, a piece of salt fish, a dysch of sproits or 3 white herringe, and a podle of bear, i.e. 2 quarts or 8 mugfuls. Hores, or hares, means hares, cows or dairy maids. Butter is less hairy nowadays, though on the other hand we have margarine. I thought perhaps God's good referred to a pottage for Saturdays, a hodgepodge of the scraps and pieces left over through the week, but I find it is really an old phrase for yeast. 73 I sooth a feast of fats, from the Irish of the 12th century, like that dream of the rats in the Pied Piper of Hamelin as they scuttled to their doom in the cold Weser. For a feast of sweets there is Porphyrios in the Eve of Saint Agnes, and still she slept an azure-lidded sleep, in blanched linen, smooth, and lavendered, while he from forth the closet brought a heap of candied apple, quince, and plum, and gourd, with jelly soother than the creamy curd, and lucent syrops, tinct with cinnamon, manna and dates, in argosy transferred from Fez, and spiced dainties, every one, from silken Samarkand to cedared Lebanon. These delicates he heaped with glowing hand on golden dishes and in baskets bright of wreathed silver, sumptuous they stand in the retired quiet of the night, filling the chilly room with perfume light. For a banquet of enchantment there is lamias, and of magical fruits, poor Laura's in Goblin Market. Romeo too went feasting with the Capulets, but only his eyes, so too Macbeth, but his eyes betrayed him. Bottom in his ass's ears asked only for a munch of your good dry oats, a handful of peas, and a bottle of hay, then fell asleep before even Queen Titania could magic them up for him. As for the poor babes, blackberries and dewberries were their last supper. These are but a few of scores of banqueting delights in poetry, but to include them all would need such a larder as Jack peeped into when he sat supping in the giant's kitchen. 74 Pigeonholes, Stool Ball, Barley Break. This fragment is a patchwork of the half-forgotten. Pigeonholes was a ball game, played on the green, with wooden arches and little chambers as in a dovecot, a kind of open-air bagatelle. Stool ball was popular with Nancy's and Franchises on Shrove Tuesday. Barley break was in Scotland a kind of I spy, played in a stackyard, and in England a sort of French and English, in 3 marked spaces or compartments, the middle one of which was called hell. And here, while we are on the subject of old and gallant pastimes, is a brief exposition of our noble and national game of cricket in its early days. It comes from a book with the queer title, A Nosegay for the Trouble of Culling, or, Sports of Childhood. Cricket is a game universally played in England, not by boys only, for men of all ranks pique themselves on playing it with skill. In Marylebone parish there is a celebrated cricket ground much frequented by noblemen and gentlemen. The wicket consists of 2 pieces of wood fixed upright and kept together by another piece which is laid across the top and is called a bail. If either of these pieces of wood be thrown down by the ball, the person so hitting them becomes the winner. The ball used in this game is stuffed exceedingly hard. Many windows and valuable looking glasses have been broken by playing cricket in a room. It was in a cricket match in the summer of 1775, when no less than 3 balls had rolled in between a Mr. Small's 2 stumps without stirring the bail, that it was decided to add stump 3. As for tansy, line 5, here is a recipe for it. To go with the syllabub on p. 506, take 15 eggs, and 6 of the whites, beat them very well, then put in some sugar, and a little sack, beat them again, and put about a pint or a little more of cream, then beat them again, then put in the juice of spinach or of primrose leaves to make it green. Then put in some more sugar, if it be not sweet enough, then beat it again a little, and so let it stand till you fry it, when the first course is in. Then fry it with a little sweet butter. It must be stirred and fried very tender. When it is fried enough, then put it in a dish, and strew some sugar upon it, and serve it in. 75 Mary's gone a milking. And, according to Sir Thomas Overbury, who dipped his pen in nectar as well as ink, a fair and happy milkmaid, is a country wench, that is so far from making herself beautiful by art, that one look of hers is able to put all face physic out of countenance. She doth not, with lying long abed, spoil both her complexion and conditions. She rises, therefore, with Chanticleer, her dame's cock, and at night makes the lamb her curfew. In milking a cow, and straining the teats through her fingers, it seems that so sweet a milk press makes the milk the whiter or sweeter, for never came almond glove or aromatic ointment on her palm to taint it. The golden ears of corn fall and kiss her feet when she reaps them, as if they wished to be bound and led prisoners by the same hand that felled them. Her breath is her own, which scents all the year long of June, like a new-made haycock. She makes her hand hard with labor, and her heart soft with pity, and when winter evenings fall early, sitting at her merry wheel, she sings a defiance to the giddy will of fortune. She doth all things with so sweet a grace, it seems ignorance will not suffer her to do ill, being her mind is to do well. She dares go alone and unfold sheep in the night, and fears no manner of ill, because she means none, yet to say truth, she is never alone, for she is still accompanied with old songs, honest thoughts, and prayers, but short ones. Thus lives she, and all her care is she may die in the springtime, to have store of flowers stuck upon her winding sheet. 76 Cypress black as air was crow. Cypress, according to a memorandum from one of Mr. Nahum's books, is the fine cobweb-like stuff we now call crepe. Peaking sticks, or poking sticks, were gophering irons for frilling out linen, flounces, etc., and not, as one might guess, curling tongs, since a pointed beard, and the V of hair on the forehead, used to be called peaks. A coif or coif is a lady's head dress, such as is still worn by nuns, while as for masks for faces, fine ladies in Shakespeare's day customarily wore them, as old pictures show, when they went to see his plays. Masks were useful too in disguising the faces of his players, when as was the custom in the London theatres up to 1629 boys took women's parts, and in the streets eyes gleamed out of the holes in them, worn then for keeping the skin fair, untanned, and unfreckled, as Julia says of herself in Shakespeare's Two Gentlemen of Verona, but since she did neglect her looking-glass, and threw her sun-expelling mask away, the air hath starved the roses in her cheeks, and pinched the lily tincture of her face. 78 Fairing. Line 5, in this the earliest known letter of Shelley's, he too asks for a fairing the kickshaws and gewgaws sold in the booths of a fair, and a toothsome one, though I haven't yet been able to discover what he meant by hunting nuts. Horsham. Monday, July 18, 1803. Dear Kate, we have proposed a day at the pond next Wednesday, and if you will come tomorrow morning I would be much obliged to you, and if you could anyhow bring Tom over to stay all night, I would thank you. We are to have a cold dinner over at the pond, and come home to eat a bit of roast chicken and peas at about 9 o'clock. Mama depends upon your bringing Tom over tomorrow, and if you don't we shall be very much disappointed. Tell the bearer not to forget to bring me a fairing, which is some gingerbread, sweetmeat, hunting nuts, and a pocket book. Now I end. I am not, your obedient servant, P.B. Shelley. Even before Mr. Nahum's tower room, I loved the bonny brown hair of this poem. Was it squirrel brown, or chestnut, or hazelnut, or autumn beech, or heather brown, or walnut, or old hay color, or undappled fawn, or dark lichen, or velvet brown, or marigold, or pansy, or wallflower brown, or yet another, every one of which would look charming beneath the rim of a round blue-ribboned little straw hat. 80 Widdicombe Fair. To an eye looking down, the steeple of Widdicombe Church rises in the midst of Dartmoor like a lovely needle of ivory, and hidden beneath the turf around it lie, waiting, the bones of Tom Pears, Bill Brewer, old Uncle Tom Cobley, and all. 83 There were 3 gypsies, and they were of England, Somerset, though to judge from this old ballad they may have patted it down from the Highlands. There cam 7 Egyptians on a day, and wow, but they sang bonny. And they sang Sae sweet, and Sae very complete, down cam Earl Cassilis lady. She cam tripping adown the stair, and a her maids before her, as soon as they saw her wee left uard face they cast the glamoury o'er her, they gave to her the nutmeg, and they gave to her the ginger, and she gave to them a far better thing, the 7 gold rings off her finger. There was a small black cobbled-up book entitled Glamoury in a red leather case in 3, but, alas, it was in a writing I could not easily decipher. On the fly-leaf was scrawled H.B, and beneath it was the following: See, with eyes shut. Look seldom behind thee. In secret of self ship free thee, not bind thee. Mark but a flower, 'tis of Eden. A fly shall sound thee a horn wooing paradise nigh. Think close. Unto love give thy heart steed the rein, so course the world over, then homeward again. 84 Whatever they find they take it. Line 21, there was a robber met a robber on a rig of beans, says a robber to a robber, can a robber tell a robber what a robber means? And if not, why not? I had never seen this scrap of jingle until Mr. Ralph Hodgson gave it me. And the following version of an old game rhyme, with its rare wood, first met my eye by the kindness of another friend, Mrs. Leon. My mother said that I never should play with the gypsies in the wood was dark, the grass was green, in came Sally with a tambourine. I went to the sea no ship to get across, I paid 10 shillings for a blind white horse, I up on his back and was off in a crack, Sally, tell my mother I shall never come back. 86 This lament for matchless Robin Hood, who should shine in a far better place than between beggars and Gilderoy, is the only rhyme about him in this collection. The fact is, try as I might, I could not make up my mind which I liked best of his old Greenwood ballads in Mr. Nahum's book. The oldest and best were all in formidable spelling, the most of them were long, and maybe I was at last a little lazy. They are all to be found in Professor Child. And if leaving out the Merry Outlaw will persuade anyone to get and read English and Scottish ballads, I shall have omitted him to good purpose. 87 Gilderoy. A pretty song about a monstrously ugly scoundrel, though handsome of feature. Gilderoy was a highwayman, sparing for his prey neither man nor woman, and if there were roses on his shoes, they were blood red. At last 50 armed avengers surrounded his house at night and set on. He killed 8 of them before he was captured, which, if true, was bonny fighting. Nevertheless, such a villain he was that he was hanged, without trial, on a gibbet 30 feet high, and the bones of him, despite the last stanza of the ballad, dangled in chains 40 feet above Leith Walk in Edinburgh for 50 years afterwards. 88 And his name was Little Bingo. In bounding health, it is said, a dog's nose and a woman's elbow are always cold. The reason for which is explained in a legend, referred to in Mrs. Wright's Rustic Speech and Folklore. It seems that in the midst of its 40 days riding on the flood, the ark one black night sprung a little leak. Father Noah, having forgotten to bring his carpenter's bag on board, was at his wit's end to plug the hole in its timbers. In the beam of his rushlight he looked and he looked and he looked, and still the water came rilling in and in. His dog, Shaphat, was of course standing by, head on one side, carefully watching his master. And Noah, by good chance, at last casting his eye in his direction, seized the faithful creature and, thrusting his nose into the leak, for a while stopped the flow. But Noah, a merciful man, and partial to animals, quickly perceived that in a few minutes poor Shaphat would perish of suffocation, and as, by this time, his wife had descended into the focsle to see what he was about, he released his dog's nose, and, instead of it, stuffed in her charming elbow. Qed. But not all dogs are as ready as Launce in The Two Gentlemen of Verona knew, Launce, nay, 'twill be this hour ere I have done weeping. All the kind of the lances, have this very fault, I have received my proportion, like the prodigious son, and am going with Sir Proteus to the Imperial's court. I think he crab my dog, be the sourest natured dogga that lives, my mother weeping, my father wailing, my sister crying, our maid howling, our cat wringing her hands, and all our house in a great perplexity, yet did not this cruel-hearted cur shed a one tear. He is a stone, a very pibble stone, and has no more pity in him than a dogga. 90 Poor old horse. In the furrowed land the toilsome and patient oxen stand lifting the yoke-encumbered head, with their dilated nostrils spread, they silently inhale the clover-scented gale, and the vapours that arise from the well-watered and smoking soil. For this rest in the furrow after toil their large and lustrous eyes seem to thank the Lord, more than man's spoken word. H. W. Longfellow 91. I me, alas. Messalina's monkey was, I should fancy, of the kind called a marmoset, blacka, and green. Their agility and manner of doing is admirable, for that they seem to have reason and discourse to go upon trees, wherein they seem to imitate birds. There are so few of these far fair cousins of ours in poetry that I cannot forbear adding a note of Mr. Nahum's from Sir John Maundeville's Travels. From that city, that is to say Cassady, the city of heaven, men go by water, solacing and disporting themselves, till they come to an abbey of monks that is fast by that be good religious men after their faith and law. In that abbey is a great garden and a fair, where be many trees of diverse manner of fruits. And in this garden, is a little hill, full of delectable trees. In that hill and in that garden be many divers beasts, as of apes, marmosets, baboons, and many other divers beasts. And every day, when the monks of this abbey have eaten, the almoner has the remnants carried forth into the garden, and he smiteth on the garden gate with a clicket of silver that he holdeth in his hand, and anon all the beasts of the hill and of divers places of the garden, come out, a 3,000 or a 4,000 of them, they approach as if they were poor men come a-begging, and the almoner servants give them the remnants, in fair vessels of silver, clean over gilt. And when they have eaten, the monk smite eftsoons on the garden gate with the clicket, and then anon all the beasts return again to their places that they came from. And they say that these beasts be souls of worthy men, that resemble in likeness the beasts that be fair, and therefore they give them meat for the love of God. 92. O happy fly! And here is another of these creatures, a sleepy fly that rubs its hands, in Mr. Hardy's words William Blake's, little fly, thy summer's play my thoughtless hand has brushed away. Am not I a fly like thee? Or art not thou a man like me? For I dance, and drink, and sing, till some blind hand shall brush my wing. If thought is life and strength and breath, and the want of thought is death, then am I a happy fly, if I live or if I die. But the happy fly is nowadays gone so dismally out of favor that it would perhaps be prudent to draw attention from him to Lovelace's grasshopper, O thou that swingest upon the waving hair of some well-filled oaten beard, drunk every night with a delicious tear dropped thee from heaven, where thou wert reared. The joys of earth and air are thine entire, that with thy feet and wings dost hop and fly, and when thy poppy works, thou dost retire to thy carved acorn bed to lie. Up with the day, the sun thou welcomest then, sport st in the gilt plates of his beams, and all these merry days mac st merry men, thyself, and melancholy streams. 93. Lo, the bright air alive with dragonflies. There is an old dialect children's rhyme about these light-like shimmering stingless insects, snake stanger, vili aal about the brooks, sting aal the bad bois that vor the fish looks, but let the good bois catch aal the vish they can, and car em away who am to vry em in a pen, bread and butter they shall ya at zuper wi their vish while aal the little bad bois shall only lick the dish. And here is yet another rhyme on the firefly, from Du Bartas, which I have borrowed, with other passages as curious, from a mine of such things, Animal Lore of Shakespeare's Time, by Miss Emma Phipson, New Spain's Cuquio, in his forehead brings two burning lamps, two underneath his wings, whose shining rays serve oft, in darkest night, th embroiderer's hand in royal works to light, th ingenious turner, with a wakeful eye, to polish fair his purest ivory, the usurer to count his glistering treasures, the learned scribe to limn his golden measures. There is a kind of little animal of the size of prawns, says Champlain, of these tiny winged things, which fly by night, and make such light in the air that one would say that they were so many little candles. If a man had 3 or 4 of these little creatures, which are not larger than a filbert, he could read as well at night as with a wax light. 95. The Sale of the Pet Lamb. The Pet Lamb by William Wordsworth is certainly of a more delicate light and color and music than this poem. But it is much better known. And there is a secret something in the words of Mary Howitts that wins one at once to love the writer of it. 98. This is another translation by Kuno Meyer from the ancient Irish, just the bare bones, that is, of a poem that in its original tongue must have been many times more musical with rhyme and gentle echo and cadence, for the craft of Gaelic verse was an exceedingly delicate one. I like it for the sake of its cat, its monk, and its age, but chiefly because it reminds me of my own faraway days at 3, brooding up there in solitude and silence over Mr. Nahum's books. As for White Pangur and his kind, it is needless, says Topsell, to spend any time about Puss's loving nature to man, how she flattereth by rubbing her skin against one's legs, how she whirleth with her voice, having as many tunes as turns, for she hath one voice to beg and to complain, another to testify her delight and pleasure, another among her own kind by flat traying, by hissing, by spitting, insomuch as some have thought that they have a peculiar intelligible language among themselves. So also John de Trevisa, in 1387, the cat is a beast of uncertain hair, and color, for some cat is white, some reed, some blacka, some skewed, piebald, and speckled in the fate and in the face and in the ears. He is a best in youth, swift, pliant, and merry, and leppeth and wreath, rusheth, on all thing that is tow for him, and is led by a straw and playeth therewith. He is a right heavy beast in age, and full sloppy, and lieth slyly in wait for mice. And he make the ruth full noise and gast full, when one proffereth to fight with another, and he falleth on his own fate when he falleth out of high places. The writings of the ancient Egyptians show that, far from detesting to wet his paws, he would then swim in pursuit of fish. They painted a cat for the sound mew in their hieroglyphics, gazed into his changing moon-like eyes and revered him, and embalmed him when dead. Having borrowed him from Egypt, the Romans brought him to Britain, though we already had a wilding of our own, Felis catus, with the ass, the goat, the rabbit, the peacock, not to speak of the cherry, the walnut, the crocus, the tulip, the leek, the cucumber, etc. The monk's Pangur, then, came of a long lineage. So valuable were cats in Wales in the 11th century, 200 or 300 years after Pangur, that their price was fixed by law, for a blind kitten a penny, for a kitten with its eyes open, twopence, for a cat of one mouse, 4 pence, and so on. And to kill one of the prince's granary cats meant payment of a fine of as much wheat as would cover up its body when suspended by its tail. In Scotland there has long been a complete clan of cats apart from the witches. As for the Cheshire cat, he grins, I imagine, not because he has 9 lives, is said to be melancholy, may look at a king, and has nothing to do with catgut, cat's cradle, and cat eye the pen, but because he has read in a dictionary that Dick Whittington sailed off to the Isle of Rats, not with a cat, but with a cat or a cot, meaning goods for trading coals. Long may he grin. How but one country Gib or Tom may befriend the bright-faced heartsease, so sturdy a little deer that it will bloom at burning noonday in a gravel path, Charles Darwin tells in his Origin of Species, p. 57. His loving nature to creatures other than man and the heart's ease is referred to in the following old Scots nursery rhyme, there was a wee bit mouseikie, that lived in Gilbirati, oh, it couldna get a bite o' cheese, for cheaty pousy catty, oh it said unto the cheeseikie, oh fain wad I be at ye, oh, if t were na for the cruel paws o' cheaty pousy catty, oh. 99. On what wings dare he aspire? The verb dare, I gather from Webster, was once used only in the past tense, the pret right, for dare he therefore in this poem we should now write dared he. 100 Andrew Marvell has three rare charms. His poetry is wholly his own, it is as delightful as the sound of his name, and the face in his portrait is as enchanting as either. 101 to 2 The Philip of these two poems is, I suppose, the hedge sparrow or dunnock, that gentle and happy little cousin of the warblers, as light and lovely in voice as they are on the wing. As everyone knows, a bullfinch can be taught to whistle like a baker's boy, and will become so jealous of his mistress that he will hiss and rough with rage at every stranger. Jackdaws and magpies, too, will become friends to a friend. But a lady whom I have the happiness to know has a nightingale that was hatched in captivity, and so has never shared either the delights or the dangers of the wild. So easy is he in her company that he will perch on her pen tip as she sits at table, and sing as if out of a garden in Damascus. 102 He would chirp as she, Saint Douceline, sat at meat, if anyone brought her a flower, a bird, a fruit, or any other thing that gave her pleasure, then she fell straightway into an ecstasy, and was caught up to him who had made these fair creatures. One day she heard a lonely sparrow sing, whereupon she said to her companions, "How lonely is the song of that bird," and in the twinkling of an eye she was in an ecstasy, drawn up to God by the bird's voice. The above is from a medieval garner, and this, from a note to a saint's tragedy, by Margaret L. Woods. When the Blessed Elizabeth had been ill 12 days and more, one of her maids sitting by her bed heard in her throat a very sweet sound, and saying, "Oh, my mistress, how sweetly thou didst sing," she answered, "I tell thee, I heard a little bird between me and the wall sing merrily, who with his sweet song so stirred me up that I could not but sing myself." Loving Red Breasts. Line 31, My dear, do you know how a long time ago, two poor little children, whose names I don't know, were stolen away on a fine summer's day, and left in a wood, as I've heard people say. And when it was night, so sad was their plight, the sun it went down, and the moon gave no light. They sobbed and they sighed, and they bitterly cried, and the poor little things, they laid down and died. And when they were dead, the robins so red brought strawberry leaves, and over them spread, and all the day long, they sang them this song, Poor babes in the wood. Poor babes in the wood. And don't you remember the babes in the wood? 105 'Tis a note of enchantment. It was a note of enchantment such as this that haunted the memory of Edward Thomas when he was writing his poem called The Unknown Bird. I give only a few lines, but the rest of the beautiful thing may be found in his poems. Oftenest when I heard him I was alone, nor could I ever make another hear. La la la. He called seeming far off as if a cock crowed past the edge of the world, as if the bird or I were in a dream. O wild raving winds! If you ever do roar by the house and the elms from where I've come, breathe up at the window, or call at the door, and tell you've found me thinking of home. William Barnes 107. Like a lady bride. They say, says Ophelia, they say the old was a baker's daughter. Lord, we know what we are, but know not what we may be. God be at your table. And thus runs the story, our Savior being footsore, weary and hungry one darkening evening, went into a baker's shop and asked for bread. The oven being then hot and all prepared for the baking, the mistress of the shop cut off a good-sized piece of the risen dough to bake for him. At this her fair, greedy daughter, who sate watching what was forward from a little window, upbraided her mother for this wasting of profit on such an outcast, and taking the platter out of her hands, she chopped the piece of dough into half, and half, and half again. Nevertheless, when this mean small lump was put into the oven, it presently began miraculously to rise and swell until it exceeded a full quartern of wheaten bread. In alarm at this strange sight, the daughter, her round blue eyes largely eyeing the stranger in the dim light, turned on her mother, and cried out, "O mother, mother, Hugh, Hugh, Hugh. As thou hast spoken, said our Saviour, so be thou, child of the night. Whereupon, the poor creature, feathered and in the likeness of an owl, fled forth into the dark towards the woodside. 109 The White Owl. When night is o'er the wood and moon-scared watchdogs howl, comes forth in search of food the snowy mystic owl. His soft, white, ghostly wings beat noiselessly the air like some lost soul that hopelessly is mute in its despair. But now his hollow note rings cheerless through the glade, and o'er the silent moat he flits from shade to shade. He hovers, swoops, and glides o'er meadows, moors and streams. He seems to be some fantasy, a ghostly bird of dreams. Why dost thou haunt the night? Why dost thou love the moon when other birds delight to sing their joy at noon? Art thou then crazed with love, or is 't for some fell crime that thus thou flittest covertly at this unhallowed time? F. J. Patmore 111. Her small soul. Line 23, smallest of all shrill souls among the English birds is the wren, but she has a remote relative that dwells in the dark and enormous forests of South America, the humming-bird, and simply for their own sakes I cannot resist borrowing two more fragments from Miss Phipson's Animal Lore. The first comes out of Purchas's Pilgrims, and was written by Antonia Galvano of New Spain. There be certain small birds named Vicmalim, their bil is small and long. They live of the dew, and the juice of flowers and roses. Their feathers be small and of divers colors. They be greatly esteemed to work a gold with. They die or sleep every year in the moneth of October, sitting upon a little bough in a warm and close place. They revive or wake again in the moneth of April after that the flowers be sprung, and therefore they call them the revived birds Vicmalim. The second is Gonzalo Ferdinando de Oviedo's, his very name a string of gems. I have seen that one of these birds with her nest put into a pair of gold weight scales altogether, hath weighed no more than a tamina, which are in poise 24 grains, with the feathers, without the which she would have weighed somewhat less. And doubtles, when I consider the fineness of the claws and feet of these birds, I know not whereunto I may better liken them than to the little birds which the limners of books are accustomed to paint on the margent of church books, and other books of divine service. Their feathers are of Monnier fair colors, as golden, yellow, and green, beside other variable colors. Their beak is very long for the proportion of their bodies, and as fine and subtle as a sewing needle. They are very hardy, so that when they see a man climb the tree where they have their nests, they fly at his face, and strike him in the eyes, coming, going, and returning with such swiftness, that no man should lightly belay of it that had not seen it. 112 It caught his image and Shelley. I cannot tell my joy, when o'er a lake upon a drooping bough with nightshade twined, I saw two azure halcyons clinging downward and thinning one bright bunch of amber berries, with quick long beaks, and in the deep there lay those lovely forms imaged as in a sky. Anyone so happy as to be able to remember Mary Coleridge as a friend, will agree that to have seen her eyes is to have seen her own pool and Shelley's lake, imaging such lovely flitting halcyons. 114 King Pandion he is dead. A wild and dreadful legend is hidden here of a king who wronged his queen and her sister, daughters of Pandion, and how they avenged themselves upon him, sacrificing his son to their hatred. That queen, goes this old tale, became a nightingale, her sister a swallow, crimson still dyeing the feathers of her throat, the evil king a hoopoe, and the firstborn was raised to life again a pheasant. 115 A sparhawk proud, a little bird but of a noble family. Listen, at least, to Auceps, the falconer or falconer, in the Complete Angler. I have inserted a few full stops in a sentence that has none. And first, for the element that I use to trade in, which is the air, an element of more worth than weight, an element that doubtless exceeds both the earth and water, for though I sometimes deal in both, Yet the air is most properly mine, I and my hawks use that most, and it yields us most recreation. It stops not the high soaring of my noble generous falcon, in it she ascends to such an height, as the dull eyes of beasts and fish are not able to reach to, their bodies are too gross for such high elevations. In the air my troops of hawks soar up on high, and when they are lost in the sight of men, then they attend upon and converse with the gods, therefore I think my eagle is so justly styled, Jove's servant in ordinary. And that very falcon, that I am now going to see, deserves no meaner a title, for she usually in her flight endangers herself, like the son of Daedalus, to have her wings scorched by the sun's heat, she flies so near it. But her mettle makes her careless of danger, for she then heeds nothing, but makes her nimble pinions cut the fluid air, and so makes her highway over the steepest mountains and deepest rivers, and in her glorious carry looks with contempt upon those high steeples and magnificent palaces which we adore and wonder at, from which height I can make her to descend by a word from my mouth, which she both knows and obeys, to accept of meat from my hand, to own me for her master, to go home with me, and be willing the next day to afford me the like recreation. 120 Come wary one. Tack any brid 213 and put it in a cage, and do al thyn untaunt and thy courage to foster it tenderly with meat and drinky, of alle dainties that thou canst bethinky, and keep it al so cleanly as thou may, although his cage of gold be never so gay, yet hath this brid, by 20,000-fold, lover in a forest, that is rude and cold, gone at worms and psych ruckness. For ever this brid will doon his biciness to escape out of his cage, if he may, his liberty this brid desireth I. Geoffrey Chaucer. When I was a child of 8 or 9 I had a kind of passion for sparrows, and used to set traps for them, but even if I succeeded in taking one alive, which was not always, I could never persuade it to live in a cage above a day or two, however much I pampered it. It drooped and died. Then, like a young crocodile, I occasionally shed tears. One fine morning, I remember, I visited a distant trap and, as usual, all but stopped breathing at discovering that it was down. Very cautiously edging in my fingers towards the captive, I was startled out of my wits by a sudden prodigious scurrying of wings, and lo and behold, I had caught and lost a starling. He fled away 20 yards or so, and perched on a hillock. I see him now, his feathers glistening in the sun, and his sharp head turned towards me, his eyes looking back at me, as if foe at foe. And that reminds me of the griffins, the guardians of the mines of the one-eyed Eremus Pians. From that land go men toward the land of Bakari, where be full evil folk and full cruel. In that country be many griffon, more plentiful than in any other country. Some men say that they have the body upward as an eagle, and beneath as a lion, and truly they say sooth that they be of that shape. But a griffon hath the body more great, and is more strong, than 8 lions, of such lions as be on this side of the world, and larger and stronger than 100 eagles, such as we have amongst us. For a griffon there will bear flying to his nest a great horse, if he may find him handy, or 2 oxen yoked together, as they go at the plough. For he hath his talons so long and so broad and great upon his feet, as though they were homes of great oxen, or of bugles, bullocks, or of kine, so that men make cups of them, to drink out of. And of their ribs, and the quills of their wings, men make bows full strong, to shoot with arrows and bow bolts. But a griffon is only a gigantic starling, so to speak, and it's a pity mine and I were enemies. If a sparrow come before my window, wrote John Keats in one of his letters, I take part in its existence, and pick about the gravel. Brick traps are little help in this. A robin redbreast in a cage puts all heaven in a rage. A skylark wounded in the wing, a cherubim does cease to sing. The wild deer wandering here and there keeps the human soul from care. He who shall hurt the little wren shall never be beloved by men. The wanton boy that kills the fly shall feel the spider's enmity. Kill not the moth nor butterfly, for the last judgment draweth nigh. The beggar's dog and widow's cat, feed them, and thou wilt grow fat. To see a world in a grain of sand, and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour. William Blake. What is heaven? A globe of dew, filling in the morning new some-eyed flower whose young leaves waken on an unimagined world, constellated suns unshaken, orbits measureless, are furled in that frail and fading sphere, with 10 millions gathered there, to tremble, gleam, and disappear. Percy Bysshe Shelley. The men who wrote these words, truly and solemnly meant them. They are not mere pretty flowers of the fancy, but the tough piercing roots of the tree of life that grew within their minds. 126 Come unto these yellow sands. This poem and many others I copied out of Mr. Nahum's book in their original spelling. At first I found the reading of some of them very troublesome. It was like looking at a dried up flower or beetle. But there the things were, and after a good deal of trouble I not only began to read them more easily, but grew to like them thus for their own sake. First, because this was as they were actually written, before our English printers agreed to spell alike, and next, because the old words with their look of age became a pleasure to me in themselves. It was like watching the dried up flower or beetle actually and as if by a magic of the mind coming to life. Besides, many of Shakespeare's small poems were already known to me. It touched them with newness to see them, though indeed he never so saw them, as they appeared, 7 years after his death, in the pages of the famous folio volume of his plays that was printed in 1623 by Isaac Jaggard and Edward Blount. Not only that, for it is curious too to see how in the old days English was constantly changing its faded words falling like dead leaves from a tree, and new ones appearing. In a book which William Caxton printed as far back even as 1490, he says, and certainly our language now used varieth far from that which was used and spoken when I was born. For we Englishmen be born under the domination of the moon, which is never steadfast but ever wavering, waxing one season and waneth and decreaseth another season. So in our own day words, like human beings, come into the world and pass away, and many gradually change their meanings. For if the spelling of a word alters its effect on the eye, it must also affect the mind of the reader, and I must confess that my lovinge dear, looks to me to tell of somebody more lovable even than my loving dear. And what about sugar plummies, clear gray eyes, the murky fog, the moon's in ravis change? And what about let's go to bed, says sleep ahead, tarry a while, says slough, put on the pen, says greedy Nan, we'll sup afore we go. Not that I have always kept to the old spellings. I have followed my fancy, and if anyone would like to see an old poem in its first looks that is here printed in our own way, all he need do is to go back to the book in which it first appeared. 128 She carries me above the sky. This palace standeth in the air, by necromancy placed there, that it no tempest needs to fear, which way soe'er it blow it, and somewhat southward toward the noon, whence lies a way up to the moon, and thence the fairy can as soon pass to the earth below it. The walls of spiders' legs are made well morticed and finely laid, he was the master of his trade it curiously that builded, the windows of the eyes of cats, and for the roof, instead of slats, is covered with the skins of bats, with moonshine that are gilded. Michael Drayton 129. Who calls? Such a soft floating witchery of sound as twilight elfins make, when they at eve voyage on gentle gales from fairyland, where melodies round honey-dropping flowers, footless and wild, like birds of paradise, nor pause, nor perch, hovering on untamed wing. St. Coleridge 133. For fear of little men. Terrestrial devils, says Robert Burton, are those lories, genii, fauns, satyrs, wood nymphs, foliots, fairies, Robin Goodfellows, trolli, etc., which as they are most conversant with men, so they do them most harm. These are they that dance on heaths and greens, and leave that green circle, which we commonly find in plain fields, which others hold to proceed from a meteor falling, or some accidental rankness of the ground. So nature sports herself, they are sometimes seen by old women and children. Paracelsus reckons up many places in Germany, where they do usually walk in little coats, some 2 feet long. A bigger kind there is of them called with us hobgoblins, and Robin Goodfellows, that would in those superstitious times grind corn for a mess of milk, cut wood, or do any manner of drudgery work. They would mend old irons in those Aeolian isles of Lipari, in former ages, and have been often seen and heard. Dithmarus Pulskenius, in his description of Iceland, reports for a certainty, that almost in every family they have yet some such familiar spirits. Another sort of these there are, which frequent forlorn houses. They will make strange noises in the night, howl sometimes pitifully, and then laugh again, cause great flame and sudden lights, fling stones, rattle chains, shave men, open doors, and shut them, fling down platters, stools, chests, sometimes appear in the likeness of hares, crows, black dogs, etc. 135. So too with Hazel Dorn, in the following poem by Mr. Bernard Slay, who has most kindly allowed me to print it here for the first time. They stole her from the well beside the wood. 10 years ago, as village gossips tell, one Beltane eve when trees were all a-bud in copse and fell. Ominous, vast, the moon rose full and red behind dim hills, no leaf stirred in the glen that breathless eve, when she was pixie-led beyond our ken. For she had worn no rowan in her hair, nor set the cream bowl by the kitchen door, nor whispered low the pagan fairy prayer of ancient lore, but trod that daisied ring in hose and shoon, to hear entranced, their elf bells round her ring, the wizard spells about her wail and croon with gathering string. Swiftly her arms they bound in gossamer, with elvish lures they held her soul in thrall, with wizard sorceries enveloped her past cry or call. A passing shepherd caught his breath to see a golden mist of moving wings and lights swirl upwards past the red moon eerily to starlit heights. While far off carolings half drowned a cry, mournful, remote, of mother, mother dear, floating across the drifting haze a sigh, farewell, farewell. In the small hours of Beltane or May Day, vast fires have been wont to be kindled on the hills of the Highlands, a custom old as the Druids. Mr. Gilbert Sheldon tells me that as lately as 1899 he saw the hills round Glengariff ablaze with them. They must be set aflame with what is called need fire. And need fire is made by 9 men twisting a wimble of wood in a baulk of oak until the friction makes sparks fly. With these they ignite dry agaric, a fungus that grows on birch trees, and soon the blaze is reddening the countryside under the night sky. Need fire in a window nook or carried in a lantern is like iron, an invincible defense against witches and witchcraft. Beltane cakes to be eaten whilst squatting on the hills, or dancing and watching the fire, are made out of a caudle of eggs, butter, oatmeal and milk. No rowan in her hair. So potent is the flower or berry or wood of the rowan or witchwood or quicken or hwicken tree or mountain ash against the wiles of the elf folk, that dairymaids use it for cream stirrers and cowherds for a switch. Rowan tree and red thread gar the witches tine their speed. 136. True Thomas. There are 4 copies in handwriting, 2 of them written about 1450, of a rhymed romance telling how Thomas in his youth, while dreaming daydreams under the Eildon tree, was met and greeted by the Queen of fair Elfland. The ballad on p. 127 has been passed on from mouth to mouth. Up to our own grandmother's day, at least, this Thomas Rymore of Ercildown, a village nor far distant from where the leader joins the Tweed, was famous as a wise one and a seer with the inward eye. He lived 7 centuries ago, between 1210 and 1297. Years after he had returned from Elfland, as the ballad tells, while he sat feasting in his castle, news was brought to him that a hart and a hind, having issued out of the forest, were to be seen stepping fair and softly down the stony street of the town, to the marvel of the people. At this, Thomas at once rose from among his guests, left the table, made down to the street, followed after these strange summoners, and was seen again no more. Ilka Tate, line 7, means every twist or plait, a fairly, stanza 2, is a wonder, mystery, marvel, and the coat in the last stanza, being of even cloth, was finer than the finest Naples damask. So, too, young Tamlane, when a boy just turned of 9, was carried off by the elfin queen. A fatal morning I went out dreading nay injury, and thinking lang, fell sown asleep beneath an apple tree. Then by it came the elfin queen and laid her hand on me, and from that time since ever I mind I been in her company. He seems to have been an outlandish and unhuman creature if this next rhyme tells of him truly. Gate, meaning road, pin, knife, coft, bought, moss, peat bog, and boon. Most you can guess Tam o' the Lin came up the gate, wi 20 puddings on a plate, and every pudding had a pin, we'll eat them quo Tam o' the Lin. Tam o' the Lin had nae breeks to wear, he coughed him a sheep's skin to make him a pair, the fleshy side out, the woolly side in, its fine summer cleading, quo Tam o' the Lin. Tam o' the Lin he had 3 bairns, they fell in the fire, in each other's arms. Oh, quo the boon most, I've got a het skin, it's better below, quo Tam o' the Lin. Tam o' the Lin gied to the moss, to seek a stable to his horse, the moss was open, and Tam fell in. I've stabled Mijel, quo Tam o' the Lin. 138 Sabrina. This song is from Comus, a masque written by Milton for the entertainment of the Earl of Bridgewater, Lord Lieutenant of Wales, at Ludlow Castle in 1634. That castle's hall is now open to the sky, the lightning shines there, snow burdens the ivy. From a neighbouring room the 2 princes, Edward V, and his brother, went to their dark death in the tower. Below the ruinous castle flow together the Tern and the Corve, on their way to the great Severn, of which Sabrina, the daughter of Estrildus, is the nymph, she having been drowned in its waters by Gondolin, the jealous queen of Locrine the son of Brut. Estrildus herself, the daughter of King Humber, so far excelled in beauty, that none was then lightly found unto her comparable, for her skin was so white that scarcely the finest kind of ivory that might be found, nor the snow lately fallen down from the element, nor the liles did passe the same. Milton's poems Lycidas, for instance, frequently resemble bunches of keys, each one of them fitting the lock of some ancient myth or legend. In the lines I have omitted from number 138 are many such locks awaiting the reader. A reference to the following tale of Glaucus, for example, there is a secret herb which, if nibbled by fish already gasping to death in our air, gives them the power and cunning to slip back through the grasses into their waters again. Of this herb Glaucus tasted, and instantly his eyes dazzled in desire to share their green transparent deeps. Whereupon the laughing divinities of the rivers gave him sea-green hair, sleeking the stream, fins, and a fish's tail, and feasted him merrily. His story is told by Keats in the 3rd book of his Endymion, while Look at He is, another reference, is to be found in the 5th of the Odyssey. As for the sirens, here is the counsel Circe gave Ulysses, the while his seamen lay asleep the night after they had returned in safety from Pluto's dismal mansions. And then observe, They sit amidst a mead, and round about it runs a hedge or wall of dead men's bones, their withered skins and all hung all along upon it, and these men were such as they had fawned into their fen, and then their skins hung on their hedge of bones. Sail by them therefore, thy companions beforehand causing to stop every ear with sweet soft wax, so close that none may hear a note of all their charmings. 139 These songs are from the last act of A Midsummer Night's Dream. The Duke and his guests are retired, and now sleep far from life's play, and Puck and the fairies are abroad in his palace. I am sent with broom before. When the cock begins to crow, and the embers leave to glow, and the owl cries, to wit to who, when crickets do sing and mice roam about, and midnight bells ring to call the devout, when the lazy lie sleeping and think it no harm, their zeal is so cold and their beds are so warm. When the long lazy slut has not made the parlor clean, no water on the hearth is put, but all things in disorder seem, then we trip it round the room and make like bees a drowsy hum. Be she Betty, Nan, or Sue, we make her of another hue and pinch her black and blue. But when the Puritans came in, it seems, the fairies fled away. And Richard Corbett bewailed their exile, farewell, rewards and fairies. Good housewives now may say, for now foul sluts in dairies do fare as well as they. And though they sweep their hearths no less than maids were wont to do, yet who of late, for cleanliness, finds sixpence in her shoe. At morning and at evening both you merry were and glad, so little care of sleep or sloth these pretty ladies had, when Tom came home from labor, or Sis to milking rose, then merrily went their tabor and nimbly went their toes. Witness those rings and roundelays of theirs, which yet remain, were footed in Queen Mary's days on many a grassy plain, but since of late, Elizabeth, and later, James came in, they never danced on any heath as when the time hath been. For times change, and with them changes the direction of man's imagination. He turns his questing thoughts now this way, now that, and though our learned dictionaries may maintain that fairy rings are but brighter circles in green grass formed by certain fungi, especially Marasmius Oreades, who knows, he that sees blowing the wildwood tree, and peewits circling their watery glass, dreams about strangers that yet may be dark to our eyes, alas. After all, Geoffrey Chaucer, even in his distant day, lamented that England was bereft of the silent folk. Whisper, and they will return bringing with them Prince Oberon, who is of hate but of threefold, and crooked shouldered. And yf spec to hym, yet are lost forever. 140 Who feasts tonight? Another mere fragment from p. 182 of Mr. C. M. Doughty's play, entitled The Cliffs. For the complete feast bestowed on the world by this great traveller and poet, the reader must seek out not only this volume, but his Arabia Deserta, and his Dawn in Britain. All in their watchet cloaks. Line 15, Nan Page, my daughter, and my little son, and 3 or 4 more of their growth, we all dress like urchins, offies, and fairies, green and white, with rounds of waxen tapers on their heads, and rattles in their hands. The Merry Wives of Windsor. 141 A hunt sup was in old days, the tally-ho blared at daybreak to rouse the chase. My hounds are bred of southern kind, so flued, so sanded they, with crooked knees and dewlap step, with ears the morning dew that sweep slowly they chase their prey, their mouths, as tunable as bells each under each in concert swells. The hunt is up, the morn is bright and grey, hunting us hence with hunts up to the day. Beyond all beasties poor timorous what the hunter's skill doth try, see how the hounds, with many a doubt the cold fault cleanly single out. Hark to their merry cree. They spend their mouths, echo replies, another chase is in the skies. The hunt is up, the morn is bright and grey, hunting us hence with hunts up to the day. These are two of the 7 stanzas of a song richly larded with Shakespearean allusions, to be found in the diary of Master William Silence. In his book on English poesy, Puttenham, who was born about 1520, says that a poet of the name of Grey won the esteem of Henry VIII. And the Duke of Somerset for making certain merry ballades, whereof one chiefly was, "The hunt is up, the hunt is up." Henry VIII, moreover, was himself a versifier, and a musician, though, as I have read, a dull one. Here is the first stanza of one of his poems: "As the holly groweth green, and never changeth hue, so I am, ever hath been unto my lady true." Which, with another equally surprising in sentiment, may be found in full in that casket of antiquities, Early English Lyrics, chosen by E. K. Chambers and F. Sidgwick. 143. With his coat so grey. Though I be now a grey friar, yet I was once a hale young knight, the cry of my dogs was the only choir in which my spirit did take delight. Thomas Love Peacock de Yeken, that a fox with his last breath cursed them all as he died in the morning. Hearken, Reynard, to my words, went on the king of beasts. Today you shall answer with your life for these sins you have committed. But nay, my lord, sighed the fox, I am innocent of all these things. Your majesty is great and mighty, I meagre and weak. If it is the king's pleasure to kill me, I must die, for whether justly or unjustly, I am your servant, my only strength is in your justice and mercy. To these I appeal, as none has yet appealed in vain. Yea, if it be your majesty's will that I shall die, then do I accept it humbly. I say no more. But yet I cannot think it a worthy thing for so great a king to wreak his vengeance upon a subject so small. 148. A Fool Fair Time. What wonder May was welcome in medieval days after the long winters and the black cold nights when roads were all but impassable, and men, despising skiddies and night gear, went to their naked beds with naught but the stars or a dip for candle and maybe their own bones and a scatter of straw for warmth. Is not Loud Sing Cuckoo, our oldest song? 149. Lubber Breeze. I suppose, is the prevalent wind in Lubberland or Cockine, where the pigs run about ready roasted, and cry, "Come eat me." And here is a picture of another land of mill, that once long ago sang to its waters, and dreamed above its image in the weir, only the sound remains of the old mill, gone is the wheel, on the prone roof and walls the nettle reigns. Water that toils no more dangles white locks and, falling, mocks the music of the mill-wheel's busy roar. Only the idle foam of water falling changelessly calling, where once men had a workplace and a home. Edward Thomas. 150. The ample heaven. The unthrifty sun shot vital gold, 8,000 pieces, and heaven its azure did unfold checkered with snowy fleeces, the air was all in spice, and every bush a garland wore, thus fed my eyes, but all the earth lay hush. Only a little fountain lent some use for ears, and on the dumb shade's language spent the music of her tears. Henry Vaughan. The time sa tranquil is and still. Line 13, clear had the day been from the dawn, all checkered was the sky, thin clouds, like scarves of cobweb lawn, veiled heaven's most glorious eye. The wind had no more strength than this, that leisurely it blew to make one leaf the next to kiss that closely by it grew. The rills, that on the pebbles played, might now be heard at will, this world the only music made, else everything was still. Michael Drayton. 153. Oh, for a book! Nor says John Bunyan, nor let them fall under discouragement who at their horn-book stick, and time hath spent upon, their, A, B, C while others do into their primer, or their psalter go. Some boys with difficulty do begin who in the end, the bass and laurel win. On the other hand, some boys have wit enough to sport and play, who at their books are blockheads day by day. Some men are arch enough at any vice, but dunces in the way to paradise. So much for the reader, but the writer, too, may fall under discouragement. Listen to Columcille, an Irish scribe of the 11th century, in yet another translation from the Gaelic: "My hand is weary with writing, my sharp quill is not steady, my slender-beaked pen pours forth a black draught of shining dark blue ink. A stream of the wisdom of blessed God springs from my fair brown shapely hand, on the page it squirts its draught of ink of the green-skinned holly. My little dripping pen travels across the plain of shining books, without ceasing for the wealth of the great whence my hand is weary with writing." But to come back to the reader in his shady nook, tales of my nursery. Shall that still loved spot, that window corner, ever be forgot, where through the woodbine when with upward ray gleamed the last shadow of departing day still did I sit, and with unwearied eye, read while I wept, and scarcely pause to sigh? In that gay drawer, with fairy fictions stored, when some new tale was added to my hoard, while o'er each page my eager glance was flung, 'twas but to learn what female fate was sung. If no sad maid the castle shut from light, I heeded not the giant and the knight. Sweet Cinderella, even before the ball, how did I love the ashes, rags, and all! What bliss I deemed it to have stood beside, on every virgin when thy shoe was tried! How longed to see thy shape the slipper suit! But, dearer than the slipper, loved the foot. As for the street cries all about, according to London Lickpenny, among the street cries in the 15th century were, hot peas, hot fine oat cakes, whitings,